Alright, so I need to turn chat back on. Where is chat? Chat. Where's chat? Alright, so here we are. Here we are again. Yes, we do things. Let's go ahead and start with our figures. Okay. Let's go ahead. Where are we? Here we go. Don't mind me just sighing a little bit. No, you already got your food. Boy, I know. Alright, let's get to drawing. Get busy drawing and get busy dying. She's got fluffy pants. I think that's fun. Running out of time. This is really fun. It's a ballerina with big sword. Hey, how's it going, Kit? I guess we'll try to do something for pencils or whatever, but we'll see. This person yesterday. Hope you are doing well. was all right. I did the study. Wasn't too happy with the study. And then there was this one person who was a little bit weird. I was not a big fan of them showing up. It is what it is. I don't think they did anything overtly wrong. They were just a little bit creepy. Thank you. I definitely needed more work to be able to match the reference. I think I ended up going a little bit too close to the regular spectrum of the skin color. I could have definitely pushed the violet to match the colors. Also, I didn't really know what I was doing. I was just kind of like grabbing this knot, right? Anything that made it look more like the thing. So I'm disappointed in the outcome of the study in the sense that like I didn't learn what I wanted to, really. It didn't seem like something that clicked with me, so probably not something I'm going to be doing for Pink Lantern, right? Which was kind of the goal. That's okay. You learn what not to do, right? Wild intuition to be doing all of that off pure instinct and muscle memory. Wait, what do you mean? I agree with you. I'm more like an animal than like a person sometimes. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. This guy's got a great ass. It has to be said. It must be said. Cats. Didn't quite make it. Like a mini computer spotting values, hues, tones, and hues. Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing I've really got going for me is my keen eye. But I don't have any real training as far as like being able to apply it myself. Never had a ton of direction for it. So it ends up being a little bit more of a hindrance than a help, I feel. Because, oh great, I can tell all the things I'm doing wrong. Fantastic. That's fun. It's always fun. Doesn't tell me how to fix it, just tells me that, yeah, something's not right here. So you just trial and error it until you get it done, and that takes a long time, and it's annoying and tedious. Damn it. Shit. Need to be working more off of immediate vision and like getting that muscle memory in. We can get a little bit of the chest in here, like this. Okay, here we have a two-person one, so we're gonna not worry too much about the anatomy. I'm spending too much. I don't have an efficiency going on with my lines here. I'm dealing too much in searching lines. I need to be working more in seeing the line of the perspective and then just drawing it down. It's nice, but it feels like I'm just playing copycat instead of, you know, doing something. I don't know if that makes sense. Feels like the only thing I'm good at is copying. I can't do anything for myself. Oh shit, I need space for two more. Never facing issues most artists will never even think about in their career. Really? That's a little disappointing. I think that's kind of the joy of art, right? I don't think it's because I'm that good. I appreciate it though. You're glazing me up a lot, but we're both going to be very disappointed when I don't get hired by Dynamite or Marvel or whatever. I need to do some more hand anatomy. Definitely need to do some more torso anatomy. I've been really upset with how my torsos have been coming out, especially they just have not been looking very sexy. I don't like them. Get out of here, bug. Why are you here? Learn yourself a bit. You can surpass any of the big two. I doubt that. I doubt that seriously. If I had some structure, like maybe like a mentor figure that would like tell me exactly, it's like, listen, your anatomy is not here. Maybe. But I think that's literally anyone. Oh, I messed up. I made his arms a bit too long. Well, whatever. I can't really get anything else other than this shape. so we're just gonna wait for the next one. Greatest artist ever, it's just a matter of time. You are very sweet. The greatest artist of all time is going to have to get a job at McDonald's here pretty soon. After I prove you wrong about being the greatest artist of all time. That leg is too big. Should be more like that sized. Oh, come on, mouse, please. Please, this pose is really cool. I want to draw it. Mostly just because she's got great tits. I'm not gonna lie. Fantastic tits. Nice. We had some spare time. We have a lot of spare time. I don't know if I should go back. Probably not. I sent you a video for later. I feel like my anatomy is not really there. I keep being unsatisfied with my anatomy. I think ultimately with maybe, I don't know. I don't know anything about other people, I'll be honest. I know that like no one is satisfied with their anatomy, right? Or their anything. I think that's how you grow, right? Is being unsatisfied. And it hurts. It hurts because you're never satisfied. I think that is what the human mind wants the most, right? As any animal, it just wants to have fulfillment. And knowing that it's never going to come really sucks. Being self-aware of that. And not only that, not being able to have a path. I think that's what makes humans probably the most miserable of all animals. I didn't even get a chance to do the rest of the body. That's a shame. I got too caught up in the gun. Wow, this guy's pose is crazy. I don't know if you're here watching these poses also, but this guy's got a fantastic pose. Straight out of an anime. This one's also pretty much straight out of an anime. I do like this pose a lot. This is a pose I saw a lot in like, what's it called? Adult high school? This kind of like relaxed pose, but with like weapon, right? But the weapon is actually a microphone. I feel like there's so much like anime that could just be really cool hairband, right? I think that's entirely just because of how they did hair in the 80s for like anime, and it was like entirely just like hairband. Nope, that's from back there. Cool. I want to capture this pose more often, but it's just like, because I feel like everyone always puts their hand on their hips. I'm just really bad at that pose. I don't like the way I draw it. Hey, it's Robbie the Roman. Should probably draw something other than just his like head. Here's the scabbard, but I want to get the feet in because I never get the feet in well. I always get the hands in pretty good. Alright, good enough. Pretty good. Pretty decent. Decent enough. So it shows that you know you can go further. What is it? The three unknowns? There's the knowns that you know that you know. There's the wait, no. There's the unknowns that you know. There's the unknowns that you don't know. And then there's the knowns that you don't know that you know. No? There's something like that. There's like the three unknowns of Psyche or whatever. I don't know. It's a Northern Lion bit. I'm just stealing shit from him. Everyone has a streamer goat, and that is mine. He embodies everything that I want in life. Middle income household and a child. Married with kids as a streamer. Alright, that shouldn't have been that. That's way too much lean. Overcorrected. That's right. Those don't know that you know. Exactly. All of those knowns and unknowns that I may or may not know or may not know. I fucked this up royally, but that's alright. There's always next. We go next. She's got a very uncurvy body, which I think is cool. I think there's like a big emphasis on having lots of curves in the body, but this shows that they have a more uniform rib cage, right? Instead of having a narrowed at the bottom, they just have like a very uniform rib cage, which is good. Yo, it's Johnny Samurai. We found him again. I like him because he's got a bit of a pot belly. Quickly accurate, sorry, right. As much as I love and appreciate the authenticity, you considered just doing safer work? Do uh no, not really, because I don't really want to draw safer work. Like I am not interested at all. I would rather draw porn and porn animations. The reason why I haven't done a ton of them is because I don't feel I'm ready, and also because I do doing some streams, right? But what calls to me primarily is definitely the not safe work stuff. Like I just do not give a shit about any of the safe work. Alright, I'll be honest. Like I like how Bumble came out, but it feels more like a tech demo than something I am like super passionate about. I'm passionate about primarily just because of how much Black Tea loved it. That's what I'm passionate about, is that how much someone loves it. But I would not care for the masses to do that, right? Plus, I just don't like the lack of freedom. I could have done better with that. Like if I do safe work stuff, it's for a job, right? So if I do safe work stuff, it's going to be because I'm getting paid for it primarily. Or for practice, right? Because I use Twitch a lot for like study. I mean, the Twitch streams are basically safe for work, right? But also, if I'm going to get penalized for saying curse words, right? If I'm going to get penalized for talking about tits and ass, then unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to control that. Additionally, with the amount of like LGBT plus content becoming more and more like not safe work stuff anyway, I don't think there's really a place for me in safe work, right? Not because I personally am LGBT, but because a lot of the content of my work and a lot of my viewers are. And I sure as hell am not going to sacrifice my viewers for like more viewership ratings. What? I'm not going to give up the people that I care about for the people that I don't know. She's a seal. She's a seal now. Hey, how's it going, Banjo? We are doing some figure drawings. If you would like to follow along and draw, highly recommend. We have that in the Discord, right? You can watch what I'm drawing and then compare and contrast. Because the nude nature of a lot of figures, they are not allowed on Twitch, so you just gotta live with this. I think I made this arm a bit small. That's whatever. Definitely more there. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming by to the Not Safe Work stream last night, by the way. Hope you enjoyed what little you saw. We're coming up to our half-hour break, so I'll be able to catch up on chat a little bit better. always throws me off with drawing the forearm and the arm is how small the bicep always looks. Like how long the forearm muscles are compared to the bicep. Where the hell is this leg coming from? Like, I have no idea which leg that is, necessarily. There you go. Last one. Ooh, a very static pose. Let's see if we can grab that. I love her hair, though. Always love the hair on these models. They're really expressive. I think just curly hair has an advantage. As someone with straight hair, I'm always jealous of people with curly hair because it looks like they have so much volume and like life and stuff, and my hair is always super flat. And they're like, oh, but it's so easy to take care of. And it's like, yeah, it also looks dead. Thanks. It's so fluffy. I want to like pet it forever. All right, I think if I add any more to that, I'm gonna read it. And hey, just in time. Ugh, let's scroll back up. Redeemed, give the baby a treat. All right, we'll get that baby a treat. Which is why when people were like, we're gonna give him as many treats as possible to preserve his health, you know. He gets a maximum of 5 treats a stream. 2 from each individual. So everyone gets a chance. My avatar? What? Safe word, content, blah blah blah. Historically accurate samurai, Twitch. For sure, I meant streams. You really benefit from that. Laza is an excellent teacher. I'd love to do teaching, but I can't make any money off of it. And I also don't trust the school system, right? I love to teach, as there's just no money in it. So I have to think about making rent first, right? Mm-hmm. I know, I want to win too, but if I can't win with my morals and my ideals, then there's no point in winning. Looks like your avatar. Here looks like your avatar. No. So this sprite that I have for this, what's it called? This springy PNG is not as wavy and fluffy that I usually do. My hair is very straight. My hair looks more like Big Sprung because Big Sprung is more like me, physically. Teaching online, yeah. Morals can come later. No, morals have to be there from the start because there's the thing, right? If you start by giving up morals, there's no morals you are willing to hold on to, right? You have to draw a line in the sand, and the best time to draw a line in the sand is at the beginning. I'll get into teaching once I get my master's, and I'll let you know if the job market is still alive. It won't be. It is not. Wavy hair that actually like brush back spikes up like how like stuff in our society. But yeah, when I draw Sprungy's hair, it tends to be way more like this, right? Ugh, what the hell is that? All like wavy and curly and stuff. I get better at drawing eyelashes. Right now they're just kind of like amorphous blobs because I really like lots of eyelashes. And I go back and forth between having the ears visible or not. You gotta remember again that like Sprungy and my voice are inextricably linked to like what I find attractive, right? This could probably be fun stuff. Myself to unemployment. Yeah, I'm not in a happy place as far as employment goes either. Can separate your not safe for content from the teaching stuff. I could, right? But I also don't want to make what's the word to say this, right? It's a lot to do, right? I can't even handle doing one account properly, right? Trying to separate into 2 accounts is going to make me even more miserable. In my country, 41% people. Jesus Christ. What is it here? The people who are doing computer science, right? They ended up being employed at like 20%, 27% unemployment for like stuff. It's insane. Quadruple history major, minoring art history and archaeology, going for masters in education. Majors, engineering, it is, I guess. You could just try to do a science communication channel like Milo, Mini Minuteman. That's really cool. I'll support you. It's horrible everywhere. Hey, everything's bad. But at least there's a little Springy in the corner, so. Professors gaslighting me into believing I have an actual job market. Ask them. Can you please send the T faces from yesterday? Sure. Let's get a new one here, and then we'll send the T faces and it. I can just export the page, I guess. Nice. That was the other thing. That one person on Pixel for the Not Safe for Extreme, they said I sounded like someone doing a Michael Jackson impression. That's kind of rude. That was so rude. It's just easier to grab most recent files from the file explorer. I can become a professor and force people to buy my $700 textbook. It means you have to write a $700 textbook. Here's the full page for expressions. There's this weird thing on the sidebar. Like, is this for everyone now on Discord? If you like are in a private message with someone, the sidebar is now just like their profile or whatever. It's more like copy a textbook and charge $700. Don't do that. Sure. I should probably make like a full mods. Kill that man. I should probably make like a full breakdown sheet for how to use those T faces. Although it's a lot like paper faces. If you've ever seen those, it's another one I really recommend. Eat wings and drink beer at Hooters with the boys. Beta males nibble on tapas at Spanish vegan cafes with their wives. I'm assure you that only betas who like to think they're alpha males ate there. Okay, so here's a hot take, right? I like Hooters. I think I brought this up before, right? I like Hooters. Has nothing to do with like whatever. Is that a Discord thing? Okay. Oh my god, my Discord restarted and reset a whole bunch of things. That's why I can't send messages with That's why I was getting like notification sounds. Fuck, 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 fuck. Where is the thing? There was a way for me to like, oh, clips. Disable clipping. First thing you should always do is disable clips, because it'll like listen to you constantly, and it's like, that's not cool. Fuck me. How do I, whatever. I guess this is the end for me. Okay, cool. Discord update you're talking about? I don't know either. I think my Discord just restarted and a whole bunch of my settings were lost for some reason. Because I started hearing them last night. Let's see. So you guys know paper faces, right? Why is my focus not focusing? There you go. Now it's in focus. So paper faces is, I don't know who originally did it. I learned it from Cynics. Cynics is pretty cool. The YouTube video, I don't know Cynics. Kind of like masks, right? So you have a piece of paper, right? Let's say it's like a regular A14 paper, whatever, letter paper, right? And if you have the paper, it's kind of flat, right? You can use this to like put a face down, similar to the T. This is the most fundamental way of doing what is the practice we were talking about, the being able to see a face anywhere. If I can actually draw a face anywhere. Right? And then what you do is in your brain, you take this and you add a bend to it. So you bring this down, bring this down. So now you have like, I guess doing a dotted line would be better. And then you roll it over that shape. Right? So you have your halfway point and you draw eyes. Right? And this is all looking really flat. I'm drawing it really flat on purpose. So now that you can like take the same blockouts or whatever and put it onto this and put it onto here, then we start adding depth. Kind of like the T's, yeah. It's almost exactly like the T's. Right? So now you can add depth to these sheets of paper. Right? So the eyes are going to be embedded. Yeah, form and shape. Have the eyebrows following the curve. And this is jumping a bunch of steps, right? So don't worry if this is rough or difficult or whatever. Because this does jump a little bit around because we're adding volume and form now. So we have this like breakup, right? Are not flat on the paper. Yeah, they should not be. They should not be. But in these, I'm drawing them specifically flat so that you're kind of like seeing what it would look like on a piece of paper, right? Because if you take a real piece of paper, draw eyes and the mouth and everything, and you fold it, it's going to look like this, right? Very flat. And then we start breaking it down. So that it does have a 3D mass and a 3D form. Right? And so once you make this jump from, instead of drawing the flat pieces of paper, you're drawing volumes and mass on here. Now it's easy enough to go ahead and do the breakdown. And whatever method that you've learned will work, right? Just follow the way the cylinder curves. If you're the type of person who learned to draw, okay, halfway down the page is where the nose is going to be, and then like the top third is going to be where the eyebrows are, and the bottom third is going to be where the mouth is. You just draw those lines along the curved surface of the paper, right? And you just draw eyebrow, eyebrow, and then we have your nose. Then you have your mouth down here. And then if you put like, if you're the type of person that was like halfway between the nose and the eyebrows are the eyes, you can do that. Using that lump shape, a lot of people will try to do circles when they first start doing eyes. The diamond shape is easier, in my opinion, just like Cynic shows, because eyes tend to have this sort of like lumpy diamond shape, right? That's why when you see in like, yeah, kind of like lemons, it helps. Realistically, it's whatever your muscle memory is built up to, right? Me personally, depending on the eye, because there's lots of different eyes, right? You primarily just want to make sure that the top half and the bottom half are curved differently, right? So if the top half is like this, the bottom half should be like this. And the reason why is because the top eyelid opens up. We have our pupil here. We have the caruncle right there, but you didn't know that was called the caruncle. And we open it equally, right? Let's have it start closed. Let's start it closed. As the eyelid opens, the bottom eyelid opens a little bit, and the top eyelid moves about twice as far as the bottom eyelid does in total. So the eyes, when like fully open, will have way more top eyelid, and the bottoms will be not as like opened. The caruncle is the tear light. Yes, this is the caruncle. Tends to be a little bit glistening, especially where the water collects in the corner. You can see like little veins coming out too from the eyeballs. That's not quite right. And the iris is a bowl shape. I think a lot of people emphasize that on YouTube. And then this black void in the middle is the pupil, and tends to be, right? We have this bowl shape. And then the lid that comes over the top, the cornea, has this dent. And so if you're thinking about the highlight of the eye, what's happening is a lot of people will just kind of circle right the top of the pupil and be like, okay, we cut this part out, that's where the highlight is, right? A more accurate way to do that, sphere is good. A sphere just gives you a little less, you have to draw the circle, right? So if you're not good at drawing the circle, then your sphere is going to struggle, right? It's easy to do like that, right? Because you can break that down to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So at worst, you can just do 4 lines like that. Because realistically, that's how it's curving around the eyeball anyway. Right? When we do the sphere points, see? It makes a straight line. So you might as well just like, as you move around, say the point's back here now, the other point's on the other side of the circle. Right? We get this practice when we do our sphere breakdowns. Right? It's just drawing a bunch of ovals in the same general area to make them look like a 3-dimensional sphere. But yeah, you can always add a little bit of the caruncle. Way more eyelash on the top than the bottom. And the iris tends to take up, I would say, somewhere between 70 to 80% of the eye, like the eye shape. And so you want to when you draw the eye, be thinking of the whole thing together. But right, if you want a more masculine character, what you're going to do is you're going to just reduce those pupils a little bit. We're going to take up about the same amount of space, 70 to 80%. But this time we're going to just like emphasize how there's a lack of eyelash. And we're going to really emphasize these corners of the iris because it gives it a hard look. Can you have a female character that has hard corners for the iris? Yes, it will make it look more realistic, right? But oftentimes we don't really want more realistic for a character. We want more beautiful. Same thing. Can you give a male character eyelashes? Yes, it'll make them look more realistic. Do we want them to look more realistic? No, we want them to look more of a parody of themselves. So even getting rid of the bottom one will make the character look more masculine. And giving ourselves more harsher light. If you want to add like contrast to the female eye, instead you're going to add it to the eyelashes, right? They're going to have big, luscious eyelashes. Especially towards the corner. Don't be afraid of flaring it out. This is why women add a lot of eyeliner. They'll still have that caruncle in there. And then here, just want to make sure you want to add a little space in between because this is where the eyelid, the thickness of the eyelid is. Then you can add those eyelashes at the bottom there. So that looks like a more feminine eye. Don't forget to add more realism. You can always add that fold. For men, you can make that fold more angular and really deepen that crease. For women, you want to like keep it less. How do you do the fuck me daddy eyes you were talking about? So if this is for a realistic human, this is a, what's it called? About where your eyes are normally open. This would be more or less like a Caucasian, what's it called? Body type? Oh, what's it called? Condition, a Caucasian condition. That's what these eyes would be, right? I couldn't necessarily tell you about the other one, but let's go ahead and break this down if you want to do fuck me eyes. For realistic, you just take where we're at right here, and we just cut the distance in half, right? And so the eyes are going to be more closed. Remember, we're going to be going around the sphere shape. So we just cut that in half. We can move the highlight down there if we want. Probably push that towards the edge because we want the highlight to be where the water is going to be highlighting things. Because the eye is closing, everything is going to get flatter, right? So we're not going to have the eyelid and then the eyelashes coming out, right? We're going to have, you think, how am I going to show this in 3D form? So this is the eyelid, and this is where the eyelashes come out from, right? When we have them in a normal open position, they're going to be coming out and then towards us and then out again. So they have this kind of a shape. When it's lower, we have more of them coming out directly towards us. So we have them curving back up. So we have more of a shape that comes up and then down. So here are your fuck me eyes. Everything gets a little bit more angular. Does that make sense? Yes, exactly. Look at how the eye is looking at me. But those are like eyes, and it's hard to like, this is still going to take a lot of practice, right? I can't just like tell you to do like this and then you're going to magically do it, right? What's going to happen is you're going to try, you're going to maybe get close. If you copy it exactly, you'll get something that looks like this, but then the understanding is going to take a little bit longer. In general, for masculine eyes, you want to add contrast to the creases. You want to add contrast to the folds, right? And you want to remove contrast from anywhere there would be like eyelashes, right? So down here, we can get rid of that, or we can leave it in, but make it small, I guess. Turning a triangle thing into a nose, and it's like somewhat good nose, not an anime triangle. Okay, so that one is, we take our triangle, right? This is an exaggeration. This is the biggest simplification of the nose, right? So what we can do is we can add a couple of shapes to this. Let's touch on that and finish the eyes. Eyebrows. The eyebrows. Eyebrows are, so think about eyebrows less of, geez, eyebrows should be less of an eyebrow, I guess. A neutral eyebrow is going to sit exactly, and I mean exactly, on the orbital, right? So if we were thinking about our T-lines, right, we're thinking about the orbitals that are holding the eye in place, right? Let's pretend we're drawing the skull for a second here. So this is the thickness of the orbital, and this is the bridge of the nose bone that's sitting on top of it, right? The eye will sit here, more or less, as a almost perfect sphere. There are muscles that come down over the eye that are going to, that's a great example. So you have the orbital. Let's say we have the orbital size, right? If you're drawing like a regular skull and this is how big you've made the orbitals, imagine those are perfect. The eye is going to take up about 50 to 60% of that space, right? You're going to make a ring that's closer to like a life ring, I guess. Because you're going to have muscles that attach to the side of the eye that connect to the orbitals, right? This allows the eyes to move up, down, left, and right. And they exist in this space. You can like put your finger in your eye carefully and you can like feel around in there, and you can like, especially on the left and the right, you can feel that muscle kind of moving as you move your eye left and right. So these are the big ones here that are going to hold it in place. And then your eyelid sits pretty much over that, and the caruncle fills the rest of that space. And this area here is going to be that crease zone. This is where you're going to have that crease for the eyelid when you have the eyes. Caruncle goes all the way pretty much to the corner, the bone of the eye. Right? This could probably be a little tighter. But this nose bone section here that comes off on top makes way for the orbital. That is exactly where your eyebrow sits. It is the exact same place. And then your skin, the muscles in your body, can pull it up or push it down, right? So in a neutral resting face, if you can draw where the orbitals of the skull are, you can draw where the eyebrows are. It's a lot about getting the proportions right, so I highly recommend doing your figure drawings, right? Use the T not as like, oh my god, if I draw the T, that means that the eyebrows have to go here and then whatever, right? What you're doing is when you look at a human face, right? Draw the T where you see the bone for the skull, right? So it's going to look more like this. If you take the orbital and you compress it down into lines, it's going to look like that T. But yeah. And that's usually why your eyebrows sit there, right? I go back and forth. Explain that insanity. Do you know about the fact that says our immune system doesn't know we have eyes? Sure. That's because none of our body knows that none of our body exists. What, the orbitals? Or the T lines? Oh, T. Let me put it to you like this. How long ago do you think it was before human beings knew what the brain was? For the longest time, especially in medieval history, humans believed that the soul, and thus the control of the body, was in the stomach. They thought that the brain was some sort of superfluous organ. They didn't know what it does, but they know that when you kill people, if you hit people there, they die. They knew it was kind of important, but they didn't think it was that important, right? They just was like, it's a weird thing we don't know what it does. But people believed that your soul was in your stomach, right? They believed that your stomach did all of the directions and the guidances and stuff. I'm sorry. So when I say none of your body knows that none of your body exists, what I mean is like, there's literally no awareness for anything, right? What they mean by your immune system doesn't know we have eyes might mean that because the eyes are entirely like self-contained, the membrane that keeps all of the fluid for the eyes like held together, it might mean if you get like an infection in your eye, there's nothing that the immune system can do about it. That's my guess. I don't actually know a ton about that because what you might be referencing is something completely different. What I'm talking about is the immune system kind of just exists and it like does its thing and it follows like specific like activator proteins that it detects. It's like vita ex nihilo, right? Life from nothing. It's crazy because the more you look into cell organisms and like hive mind organisms, if you look at ants, right? An ant is a very simple thing. It emits like 5 different types of pheromones, probably more. And at any given time in like different quantities. And the only reason that the hive works as a system is not because there's some like direct order. The ants don't actually know what they're doing, right? They just are turned on and off. They have different switches inside of their like body that when they detect certain quantities of pheromones, they change their jobs, right? If they pass an ant that has like, is like pheromone for a guard, if they pass like 5 of those ants, then the ant that detected that turns off and turns into a worker. Similarly, if a worker ant goes X amount of time without like smelling or like identifying a guard ant, it becomes a guard ant. Technically, the immune system doesn't know there's any organs at all. It's part of the reason why killer T cells and B cells are so dangerous to the body and why people with autoimmune disorders is basically like they have no ability to regulate their own cells. Is because we don't control our cells, right? There's a whole bunch of like regulatory systems that the body balances on. There's so much like chemistry that is like balanced over like billions of years of evolution that it's just kind of like, it's a system that kind of works. So when people are like, oh, God is real and it makes organisms, it's like, brother, you don't know how your body is held together. Like you quite literally do not understand how many like weird redundancies are in place just because it just kind of happened to be that way. It's so wild and so cool. It's why I love biology so much. is that it's literally like evolution is the most inefficient thing ever, right? Like there is no efficiency to evolution. People are like, oh, the sleek design of nature. And it's like, nah, brother, that thing is like, if it lives past 40, it's going to die very soon painfully. Because it was not meant to live past 40. Because it didn't, it's like ancestry of passing on genes did not intend it to live past 40. So it never had to worry about what would happen if it lived past 40. Organ plants, I thought they rejected them because of white blood cells. Recognize them as foreign entities. Exactly. They recognize them as foreign entities. Why? Because the white blood cells are trained on specific, like, hormones as well as, like, different things in your body, right? Your body produces pheromones, triggers, whatever you want to call them, right? There's a scientific name for it, but I don't know it right now. And these markers exist in your body. And when you give someone else's like organs, they literally have different markers. And the body is like, we don't know what the fuck this is because it literally has no concept of what an organ is. This is why it's so important when people donate blood that they have AB positive, like A, B, O negative, right? That they match blood types. And why O negative is the best blood type for donating blood and O positive is the worst blood type for like giving and receiving blood. Because O negative has 0 markers, which means that it triggers no attack or defense response. Similarly, O positive has like no markers but 1, which means that only one thing can match it, which is O negative or O positive. So if you're O positive, you're fucked. I think there's ironically a thing with like O negative blood where it can accept O positive and something else, but I don't know exactly. I can't remember if it's O positive or O negative blood. Which, by the way, I have O positive blood and my brother has O negative. I don't believe that controls any of our behavior or anything outside of the greater whatever. Because I'm of the firm belief that synapses firing in the brain have this weird habit of creating a persisting personality, right? And it just has nothing to do with soul or blood type or astrology or whatever, right? It just is this weird thing that happens and is because it's able to be self-aware, we can affect the synapses in our brain because the brain reacts to external stimuli given to it by its sensory organs, right? And because we are self-aware of these synapses firing, we can alter these things, which is why you can like hack your own body for like getting better results for willpower, studies, right? Getting better sleep, right? You can quite literally change yourself because you are aware of this. Can't be changed by surgery. Exactly. Although we are discovering ways to extract stem cells from mammalian blood. So there might be a chance that we can ignore most of this pretty soon. We can just like add enough stem cells to the body and they just kind of form to whatever is needed. Anyway, as I was doing, we were talking about the eyebrow. We did the eyebrow, the nose. If we want to do the nose, it's important for us to think about the perspective of the nose, right? Triangle. Then we have a slightly different triangle on this end. Something like that. And so if we want to add nose features, we have to start by adding the ball of the nose. This is the cartilage point that attaches to the cartilage of the, so if I draw the bone, right? This is the bone structure, right? It has some fused plates and all that junk. What happens is cartilage, and I'll do this in blue pen, cartilage attaches to this section of the nose and this section of the nose and creates a dividing line. And then it proceeds downwards at a slightly different angle, which is why people have like, can have a bump in their nose. Usually it means that their nose has been broken and it's re-healed and it hasn't healed perfectly, which means the cartilage didn't attach to the nose again. Or they broke their nose in the bone part, which means that the bone fused and caused a bump. There's a bunch of different reasons, but if you look carefully at people's noses, you can kind of tell where the nose bone begins, especially with people who have low fat content, but it depends heavily because everybody stores fat differently on the face, right? Anyway, we have this cartilage. Oopsies. It comes down. You can give it a little bit of thickness if you want. There's not a ton. And it connects down to, let me feel around in my nose. Yeah, it connects down pretty much in a straight wedge to the bottom of the body, right? So we have this, but if we were to like put skin over that, it would close up. It'd be very hard to control that. So combat sports, a lot of these athletes just have zigzag noses. Yeah, it's rough. Of course, the bio lesson is always fun. So let's see. We have this structure that forms at the tip of the nose. And what this does is allows us to add more cartilage to the outside. Although I think this one is just muscle. I don't think there's any cartilage on this. Yeah, this one's just muscle. So this is of course going to have skin coming over it. Let's do skin in a different color. So skin is going to cover this. It's going to cover the cartilage of the nose here. And then we're going to have skin attach to here. And it's going to just connect down. And this is muscle in here. And this muscle, I believe, links up to a muscle on top of here. I believe. Right? And this, if you like flare your nose and you feel your nose, you can feel this muscle activate. Zoom in a bit, sure. So we have muscle sitting on the flat plane of the nose. And then we have muscle here, kind of rounding out here. If you flare your nose, you can feel these muscles kind of like straighten out, especially like right above the ridge. You can feel this flat nose. And this is a Caucasian. Is the Caucasian condition. If we instead do a more Eastern or African condition, we can do something like this. Let's get the cartilage. So the cartilage, to my understanding, does not come down nearly as far here, right? So it comes down to about here. Importantly, it comes down to about the same place over the mouth, right? But it doesn't come down as far. It just connects to these points. And so then we have a much wider nostril. So that means we have a much wider ball shape here at the nose. And then from here, we have the skin that attaches. Remember, the skin's going to cover everything. Going to go over, oops, over the round bit, right? And it's going to cover this. And then you tend to have it attach at the same place, which is now down here. Like that. And over here. So you tend to have this more rounder shape for the nose. And it varies heavily. This is one of those things that you really gotta like understand the structure underneath and then look at people and reference it, right? these really had that much evolutionary benefit to warrant such huge deviation? Actually, yes. We can even see in Neanderthals how this shift occurred. They had much longer sinuses, right? So the easiest, okay, you can think of it like this. In order from like easiest to hardest to manipulate, we have hair. Hair is incredibly like evolutionarily volatile. Second, we have skin. Third, we have I think it's muscles. I think it's like muscles and connections. Muscles, tendons. Right? 4 is cartilage. Actually, I think these are in reverse order. Sorry. I believe cartilage comes first. Cartilage. I think that's how you spell cartilage, but don't quote me on that. Helping you against eating, the lion eating your neighbor. I'll get it to here in a second here, right? 4 muscles. Tendons. 5 is bones. So usually when we see like change in species, and there's variation here and there, right? Manipulation tends to happen in this order, right? We see fur patterns change. We see skin color or skin like coverings change. So like there are animals that have looser skin or double layers of skin or stuff like that. Then we have cartilage change, which this can be like superficial bone structures. If you've ever seen like what a hippo skull looks like, right? A hippo skull looks so wildly different because there's a lot of cartilage in certain places, right? This is also why sharks are so like, they have such a huge variety in their like overall form. You look at it and you're like, sharks are the same, right? But really you have sharks that are shaped like this. You have sharks that are shaped like this. You have sharks that are shaped like this. You have sharks that are shaped like this, right? Sharks have also been around for a very long time, but they're entirely made of cartilage. Cool. So how does this help someone not get eaten by a lion, right? Generally speaking, if you have wide nostrils, you can, at a very small level, remember evolution works on very small increments, right? Yeah. You can bring more oxygen into your body by breathing through your nose and mouth, because literally the holes that are allowing air into your lungs are bigger. Now, as we move farther north, what we see happening is now, yes, it's important to get air into your lungs, but it's more important to maintain internal body temperature. So as the nose gets longer, right, the air is trapped inside of here for longer, right? So the air circulates in vents, right? And it passes over more and more folds, and it becomes warmer before it enters your lungs. And this is important, right? And Neanderthals had a nose cavity that went much higher than humans did, right? So a lot of they also had the Caucasian condition where the noses tended to be longer and have like smaller nostrils, but they also had sinuses inside of their skull that folded over themselves. Humans are not as, people like to say, oh, humans are also very different. We got to remember that we are still just one species in like a genus of other human like animals, right? So Neanderthals had much higher advantages or much more mutated forms for their environment. Now, they did not spread the same way that humans did. And some say that they may or may not have, right? They might have more integrated into human societies or genetics than gone, like fully disappeared. We would not have kept our tails no matter what. We never developed tails, actually. To have a little guy. the fun thing about the tailbone is you can genetically induce a tailbone or remove a tailbone in males, right? We know the marker for it at this point. The main difference, though, is it tends to also regulate brain size, I think. I think it's like it tends to like, the gene is just kind of mixed together, right? No, sort of. We lost the tails, but we lost them way before, right? What I'm mostly talking about is like, people like to talk about, oh, humans walk on 2 legs, right? And chimps walk on 4. So that they're like, okay, chimpanzees still walk on 4 legs, like how our ancestors used to, right? That's not true. Ancestors to the chimpanzee walked on 2 legs. Chimpanzees secondarily re-evolved walking on 4 legs. Mhm. Knuckle walking is secondarily evolved from bipedalism. At least in the, what's it called? In the hominids? In hominids, yeah. Hmm? Did I say something? Did I go AFK or something? Insane fact is there is not being a first human. Exactly, yeah. Humans are we believe, last evolved of the hominoidea. I guess the better way is the most recently diverged. But yeah, so if you want to turn your, oh my god, oopsies, wrong one. Your nose to be more realistic, you add this little bit of cartilage, right? And so that's going to cut into this form. There's that practice that we've been doing, right? It's going to feel like we're adding a bit of a clown nose to a pyramid, right? And then from the bottom of this, we're going to just take it and pull it down. I think realistically, I want to make this a little bit bigger, actually. Something like that. And then we can just thicken this like pillar. And then we just pull to the side here. And so then we just have this geometry here. And similarly on the other side. Which looks really awful, but give me a second here. That's the wrong one. All I'm doing here is I'm drawing on all the lines that would overlap, or the lines that would stand out because of two planes connecting at like a T-line junction, right? So this kind of like T-shape. Not the prettiest nose, but it gets you on the right path as far as like you should be thinking about this kind of stuff. And once you get a little bit more advanced, you can start adding like different bends. For example, if you want to draw the really cutesy nose that they always show, the Instagram model nose, it's going to look more like, here's the bone section, right? Here is the cartilage section. It turns up. And then you have the actual nose point section, which is going to also turn up even more. So Springy has this kind of nose. Thank you. But yeah, you can also have like the other direction, right? You have the bone section, you have them comes down quite a bit. And then you have the, what's it called? Oops. A very downturned nose. And then here, I'll just highlight. Some lines. This is how you get those like Tom Hiddleston noses, right? Characters that have very strong form of the nose. So they have this like nostril shape. You can even take this to an extreme where it's like all the way down. This is where you're gonna get your like your mooks, your goons, your goblins, right? Your guys that have like a permanent scowl on their head. You gotta be really careful to not like, because I'll make faces all the time when I'm drawing, especially when I'm drawing like weird faces. So just be aware that your body will be doing this like subconsciously. I want to give him more of like a rounder face. I feel like that's gonna be more akin to like a goon. So I'm gonna make his jaw fucking massive, right? That way I can put his ear like up here. Give him a big ol' ear. His hair comes back here. And his neck comes out, right? Yeah, yeah. Fucking massive guy with a small face. Because I want his eyes to be like real, like, he's not smart. But he doesn't need to be. His bosses just need a guy who punches stuff. This is the kind of guy that would say, yo, it's the bats. Anyway. Fleshy, fleshy, fleshy. It's beautiful. Not to complain, but it's so rough for black folks when it comes to noses in art and media. Because either it's one, not automatically anatomically accurate, at least in comparison to other races, or two, are abstracted away to generic noses. So you shoot to the fleshy rose cheek expression of flesh. Let's see if we can do that down. Let's break it down a little bit, because I'm admittedly, I spent a lot of my time in the fantasy section where you can just kind of draw anything, and as long as it's got the general idea of a nose, it'll work as a nose, right? But that doesn't always work for like anatomical accuracy or even like stylization of specific like races or peoples. Pig Chad. So wants to do my part in helping researchers out there for characters, you know. Open YouTube now and hair drawing tutorial is exactly the content I'm going to get. Yeah! So it makes it hard to do, like, if you want to draw an afro, right? You can get kind of like vibe shaped hair. But it's not like 100% accurate. And if you want like dreads and stuff, get the same deal more or less, where you have these are like tight locks, maybe. I'm not the best at this, I'll be honest. Usually I use reference, so. We're trying to make a character that's like standing out. A lot of times the what's it called? The implication is enough, right? Because it is hair of every race and every like culture, whatever, is important to people, right? It's a very big marker. Hair as a whole, though, is a textural thing. So yeah, Kaya's hair is really nice. I like the way that you do the highlights, the ending of the dreads, having that whole disappear into the whatever, right? It's really cool. So you get that kind of light effect. I like it. My OC Kaya? Oh, Kaya, right. Yeah, I forgot for a second. I was thinking of shoot, what's her name? Not Marissa. What was the one that I did for the 24 hours? Maris, that's what it was. Not Marissa. Maris. Yeah. That Maris is really cool. But yeah, it matters to me. Like, I don't know exactly 100% how I did on... Where is it? On Ralph. So I don't know how this stacks up necessarily. It's been like 2 weeks since I've done anything with Robbie and the Robots. I forgot the other one's names. I just know Kai. What's his name? What's his name? Son of a bitch. What did I name him? What did I mean? The fucking ginger. His last name is Garza. Fuck me. Rufus. Exactly. Rufus. But yeah. Ambient occlusion? What ambient occlusion? Fake fan, I'm the fucking creator. Yeah, that sounds about right. What's it called? Let's do a really quick one though. So then I do actually have to get back to the other figure drawing one. Let's find woman with black hair. Okay, so with her, I want to work on the nose. On Ralph's hair? Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Mostly, I'm just going to break down her nose a little bit, right? Because we can see, also. Oh, also? Already? What's going on? What's happening? Mm-hmm. No study time. So, I kind of want to start this with, oh, give baby a treat. Okay, we'll give Maho a treat. Maho. I think you guys can see that, right? Yeah, this is a little baby boy. So I kind of want to start this with a breakdown so we can identify all the like features that I'm looking at. So let's see. So yeah, definitely. Let's see. Let's break down what I'm looking at in the sense of like bone structure, right? So first of all, I'm identifying the orbital. Cool. There's the bone structure for that. The nose structure comes in. Looks like her nose ends about here. Her nose bone, right? We have the brow ridge coming up, and there seems to be like a bit of a fat structure on, what's that? Big question? Looks like her orbital's in here, and there seems to be a fat structure over it. So when people are like double eyelid, this is something. What is the use for learning anatomy if one can learn how to develop forms? These questions are not separate. They're the same thing. Anatomy is just the forms of the human body, right? I know which triangles and boxes to use to form the face. Why do I need an anatomy book? To double check, mostly, right? It's like, I know what my hand looks like. Bam, 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 right? This is not what the hand looks like. This is what your brain is telling you a hand looks like. The camel in your sketchbook? Despite being fictional anatomy. So that one is, I have it here, I think. Where is it? Just sitting here on my desk. Here it is. This is drawn from reference, right? Oops, let's see if I can actually present this properly. And this is going into my visual library as like, what does a camel look like, right? It won't be permanent, right? If I wanted to draw a camel, I'd have to revisit this sketch or I'd have to draw another sketch, right? To add these forms to my brain. This is just a recreation of somebody else's camel study, by the way. But it is not fictional anatomy, right? It is the actual form of the animal, right? And if I'm doing a detailed study, it's my shortcut book, right? What it does is it breaks down, okay, these are the big forms that I have to hit, right? I'm thinking of a camel. I'm thinking, okay, it needs to have this hump, right? And I'm looking to make interesting anatomy choices, right? Interesting form choices. Oh. Right? I'm thinking of a lot of things as I'm doing this. Mostly I'm thinking about what is appealing. And I'm using that anatomy that I did, that breakdown of the forms, right? With the like, okay, the box of the camel's face is gonna look like this, it's gonna have a ridge for the nose, all that stuff. None of that stuff is visible here, but that's fine. So we can do coin for the ear, right? Coin for the ear. And then the eyes have a kind of like oval shape, right? I'm using all of this to kind of like inform this decision. So when I want to go in and make a fully detailed like camel, right? Now I need to understand, okay, well, where does the hump meet the back, right? Where can I put these like transformation lines here, right? Does this need to come down a little bit more? Where does the detail for the leg separate? Where does the ridge of the neck begin, right? Where do the muscles on the camel separate, right? Basically, what makes it look more realistic and more believable is understanding how all the muscles structure on top of each other and how to subdivide the forms you do, right? You can get really far. And if you have reference, you pretty much just need that, right? But if you want to draw something like really realistic from the imagination without using a reference, what you're doing is you're taking, for example, the arm of a human being, right? And you're understanding that the muscles go together here, 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 and here. And they all divide and like join together, and they do these like this beautiful intricate dance. And I know that when the hand is like this, the wrist is going to go here because the muscle twists around, and this is going to be the elbow, and it's going to connect onto this trapezius muscle, which is going to connect here, which means the bicep is going to be up there, right? Knowing the anatomy lets you create more believable forms from the forms you already have. Exactly, right? Having this muscle shape come out of this form is what's going to make it way more believable when you draw something that's stretched out. Which is why I always mess up the bicep, because the bicep looks so short in comparison. If you don't know the anatomy, you are quite literally just kind of like building this of like, okay, well, I know this is a cylinder, and I know this is a cylinder also, and it kind of tapers. I know the hand is a box, I know the thumb. And this might look good, and then you can come in and erase some of these joints and stuff. And it looks decent, I think, right? You know that the shoulder is here or whatever. Say, we'll give him that. But the one on the left that is informed by more anatomy is going to look a million times better as a, like, imagine you have a very blurry image. And as you like focus the camera lens, it becomes more and more clear. You can think of this primitive forms and stuff as this like beginning of the lens, right? The box is really cool, right? It's good that you got the perspective, right? But if we want to turn that box into a computer, we need to break it down into more primitive parts. Oops. And then we need to break it down into even more details. And I know this isn't the same as the anatomy of a person or whatever, but it's the same kind of like, you need to be thinking about the anatomy as like part of this scale of like form, refinement, detail, right? Because the form ends up being the detail, right? And if you're putting the detail in the wrong place, you can ruin the form. You can see this a lot with, what's his name? The guy that did Captain America with his chest like this, right? He was really good at doing the form and everything. He could light it and everything, and he had the biceps and everything, and all the like muscles coming out of where muscles don't come out from. And it's like, you kind of ruined it because that's not what a bicep looks like. Or that's not how muscles work, right? That's not how the chest works, right? Anyway, let's take a step back and go to the breakdown of the nose that we were doing. That's it. Cool. Rob Liefeld, yeah. And Rob Liefeld learned, right? He went back and he was just that big of a name, right? People would just buy what Liefeld put out. He thought he was so good, he didn't need to do practice or anything, right? He forgot that practice is how he got there in the first place, right? But, you know, Rob Liefeld's had a bit of a comeback, right? He's done the form, he's done the work, he's done the everything, right? He's come back. Very proud. Very proud of Rob Liefeld. So anyway, we're breaking down the skull. We have the brow bone coming here. Brow bone there. This is where the cartilage seems to be separating. This is our circle for the nose. And then we have our nostril shapes. Cool. So if we're just focused on that, that'd be good enough, I think. We know more or less the cheekbone is going to be here, and so we have this whole like muscle on top of it that we're not really going to worry about. The cheekbone is mostly just going to inform where this like light shadow is going to end and begin. Like this. Lip shapes are always cool and important. And we can have some eye shapes as a treat, right? See that line, see that second line. Cool. Nice. All right. Created Deadpool. It's insane, right? Yeah. He's known for that big thing because he had a bit of a blowout, right? Like I don't think anyone's going to disagree that he had one of the most insane crash outs of like the comic book industry, right? All right, cool. So we can complete both of these. We can come in and we can start drawing from reference instead. So we have our head shape. For the sake of learning from the mask, let's go ahead and draw our paper face. And then we can have the hair come down and over. Actually, let's just... We have our eyebrow. We can do the ridge for the double eyelid there. She's got a beautiful big shape to take advantage of for that fat line above. For reference. So we can start thinking about the bone structure we were talking about earlier. That's about where her bone is. And the cartilage starts coming out here. She had this kind of shape. I've got the eye in a bit of the wrong place here. That's all right. So we can just move it. Remember we had this shape for the nose. And then the nostril came down a little bit more. I'm looking to bring back those shapes that I had. Leave implications of them in other places. I'm gonna take advantage of markers, especially like for the wrist, for the pads of the thumb, knuckles, all that good stuff. I'm gonna have thumb down here, looks like. Have the hand coming here. Because I know the anatomy, I'm informed of where the hand is, where that section of flesh is, and where the wrist begins. This is a bit big, it's a bit wide. Thumb is out too far. I'm going to take advantage of the hair here. Mostly the fact that it is strands. So we can paint it all black and then come in with highlights and like in rows and shapes. That's going to give the effect that we're looking for. So first we're going to come in and we're going to decide, okay, this is the start. We can come in and go all the way down, right? Following the same texture. This is a big one for like any sort of like hair. If you're trying to get the feel for it, you want to make sure you're getting the texture right. And for this one, the texture happens to be the braids, right? We're looking at the braids and we want to make sure we're getting the same highlight patterns. And you want to follow them all the way down until about here, actually. I think I went a little bit far. That's when we stop seeing a lot of the light. We can isolate that a little bit more as like its own like strands. Let me do the same thing. Come down here. It's fine. The whole thing is black. So let's go ahead and just blacken all of it. I think I messed up her eye here a little bit. Doing something a little bit weird with it. We have another strand coming out here. Okay. I think that might be a bit far, maybe not. Yeah, I think it's a bit far. Well, let's see. Yeah, it's a bit far. That's where the anatomy will help, is because you'll know, okay, this is a straight bone, right? This is where the radius and the ulna meet at the end to form the wrist. And they are both straight bones. They come right back down to here, more or less. But we know that this muscle is shaped like this. And this muscle has that bend in fold. So we can kind of see this and be like, even though this looks really wobbly and really weird, I even might want to take this and straighten it out just a teensy bit. I know that I don't really want to mess with this round shape over on this side, because it's supposed to be a little bit round. Maybe at the beginning we can straighten it out a little bit. Be around with it, you know. Nothing is set in stone. Unless you're inking in real life, then it could be set in stone once you do that, but you want to go ahead and not do that. You want to wait until you have all the proportions and everything measured out. So there's a bigger gap here, which means that I need to do something over here. Make this justified. Because right now the hand is a bit big, I think, still. That's the wrong lasso tool. Because this should be under the corner of the mouth, and it's just a little bit not. And all of this can be moved up. Ah, I see. Hold on. My angle is off. There we go. That's more matching. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. What? What's up? Batman. I did. I read the new chapter. I am disappointed. Not because of anything the story did. Because I didn't see Waylon. I wanted to see more Waylon. Mm-hmm. I like the story though. I liked the fake out with Batman, right? It's just like, I needed to tell you the story, and it's just like beating the shit out of Batman. Like, what the fuck? Did he actually cut his arms off? Holy shit. I want to know, right? Because fucking Bane's gonna break the bat. He always breaks the bat. I'm gonna break you like Bane broke the bat. That's the problem with like reading stuff serialized. It's like, yes, this is a cool aside about how cool Bane is and everything, right? But also, I wanted to know about the other thing. But I know that they're leaving cliffhangers, right? This is why I don't really mind writing it for the works or whatever. Writing it for the... Son of a bitch. Writing for the trade, right? It's why I don't mind writing for the trade, is because, like, it's all cliffhangers anyway, you know? I can't really judge the story until I know anything. Because for me, the way you describe writing for the trade, this chapter is writing for the trade. It doesn't fucking do anything but set up Bane as a character, right? Functionally, it's the same as like any one issue of that we have out for Green Lantern. Sort of. I mean, we know a little bit more about Joker, right? The overall world, we know a little bit more about that, right? If this was written for the trade, Bane's backstory would have been 5 pages long. Absolutely not, because that's not what they did in Green Lantern. So you can't say that Green Lantern is writing for the trade. Oh, that's what it is. So we're the mainline one. I mean, they bring pieces of it here and there about Santa Prisca, right? Made your cheeks too chubby. It's much more real and grounded. I love it. I mean, it's really good. Don't get me wrong. It's really fucking good. I was just hoping to see something else, and now I have to wait another month before something else shows up. So you know, that's where I'm at as far as like this thing. There we go. No, I kind of like it the other way around. What am I doing wrong here? All right, let's just start this math again. I'm not happy with it. Dwarf doodles as study material, how the turns tables. I'm glad they are helpful. I do have a question though. Can I apply to comic book industry stuff under a pen name, or does it have to be with my legal name? Oh, shit. I didn't realize that someone had said hi on YouTube. Sorry, Alana. You're probably long gone. That's fair. I do struggle with lips a little bit here and there. My lips are too small. Yes, about that big. Now her chin is too big also. Forehead is too tall. Chip Zdarsky is one of the most successful artists, writers, and artists in comics the past few years. Uses a pen name. Really? Oh, nice. Cool. That's nice. I always worry about that because I know there is what's it called? There's laws about pen names in the United States where it's like if you make more than whatever on a movie, or if you're more than this much on a movie that grosses this much amount of money, you must use your real name. I don't super understand why, but My guess is they're trying to prevent like tax fraud or whatever. Mhm. Yes, it's like a really high bar, but still. This is becoming less of a study and more of just like practice, I guess. Best thing about Zorm deals is how well defined you make his head shape, especially the lower half. Oh, you mean like with the jaw? Yes, the jaw is really tough, especially with like chibi characters. Oftentimes you'll have like, what's it called? The head shape. And then this is the bottom of the jaw. And then you put the eyes here. Oftentimes, but not always, you get rid of the nose. And so the mouth just kind of lives in the same place as the nose used to be. But that head shape is quite important because it gives definition to where everything kind of belongs. I'm happy with it, but whatever. There you go, that's a little bit better, I guess. But yeah, and then you just kind of like follow the shape of the skull with the horns. Bing bam boom, you got yourself a Zormable. Ta-da! It's not what have one a nose or a mouth. Now's worm is a labubu. I am an artist. I can and will draw you as a labubu. A nose. However, forcing myself to break away from the chibi molds. Yesterday's advice without pushing the form. Yesterday's question. And you can still have like a nose here. It's just kind of like in between the eyes. It's all scrunched up. I'm gonna post that as a thing really quick. 1 second. That's gonna be the quote. It's gonna be, shut up, I'm an artist. I can and will draw you as a labubu. Here's my blue sky. There it is. You as a I have notifications? What are notifications here? Nice. Nice. No! I'm bald! Goodness gracious. I've been made bald. The consequences of my actions laid bare to me. Alright, let's finish up this hair. If I had to draw every single strand of hair, one, that would be possible with this specific hairstyle, but two, that wouldn't be very effective as far as like what you can do as an artist. So what we can do is look at where the light is hitting this character or this person. We notice that we see this kind of pattern in the hair, more or less, right? We have this section, this shape. And that actually, oops. Wow, I did that in all one. Okay, cool. It goes up to the top there, like that. We're not seeing a ton, and we're seeing a little bit back here. So what we can do is just kind of focus our efforts in this area and get the stragglers and outliers. Like, so for example, this is an outlier. It's collecting light. So we can go ahead and grab that. We want to make sure we just kind of keep this pattern like in the light sort of a deal. So the way I'm getting this texture is I'm just like making varying sizes, right? I'm making sure I'm keeping them in a believable strand. I don't want to cross over. I want to make sure that we have separation of the strands. We want to make sure that this one doesn't go as far. Cool. I'm gonna try avoid connecting them. We want to just have like this effect of light hitting the top here. Cool. And of course, you can always add a little bit of texture and form to the individual strands to make it look like they are also braided. Shoulder dip for the delts, out for the delts, and then we come to our spherical shape. Right? Cool. Realistically, I probably want something like this. It's curving inwards towards the end. Oopsies. Nice, and there we go. There we have our finished study. Well, technically it'd be our finished portrait practice, because it's less of a study, more of a practice. The main difference being we spent a lot of time I want to add this because this is technically part of the fact that this person some light and shadow play going on. I don't know how that reads, I'll be honest. I'm not sure if I want to keep it or not. I think it reads well enough. Really love how well it turned out. Not excellent work. You cute scratches. That's so lovely. Cute scratches. What? Not? What's the not? It doesn't read? Let me see. What does it look like? No, second. Yeah, it doesn't really read that well. Let's see how far back we can undo. Benefit of having lots of undos. Highly recommend it. It's a weird outlier compared to how excellently everything else is done. Fair enough. We don't really need the lighting anyway, but I do want to add more of a line here because this strand is by itself. I want to make sure we can get that coming through. her jaw is still a bit on the big side. Nice. Cool. Infinite empties. It's fantastic. It's one of the main reasons why I love Clip Studio. It lets me try something, and like even though I'm way down the line, I don't have to fully commit to it. But yeah, I hope that helped out with a more Afro-centric nose shape, right? There's not too much of a difference, I'll be honest, between the nose shapes. It's just how much you're willing to like pull down the nostril, right? Like I've known people that have noses like this. I have known people that have noses like this. Right? I have known people that have like really pointy noses, I guess is the best way to do it. Like their noses are like this. This one was a really weird one. I'm trying to remember what they look like. But the main thing to take away is that this space right here is going to be generally the same, right? This space, this space, this space. That's generally the same. And then beyond that, you can kind of play with it however you want by taking this angle of the pyramid and doing whatever you want with it. Neat. Okay, cool. Let's do our second set of figures, huh? I think it's about time we went back to the hat. Ooh. Right. Took down yesterday's VOD? Oh, because of the titty? Was there a notice on it? Um, okay. Is it possible to like clip around it? Because I should be able to do some like very, very like halfway sort of things, right? Oh, it says the video is no longer saved. Interesting. Oopsies. That's fine. It's a bit of a shame because it's really good. Download the whole thing, edit, and re-upload for just like 10 seconds? Fuck, that's a lot. I don't know if that's worth it. That had the most engagement on that video than... what the hell? What the... Did I get... What? Oh, that's where it is. Wow, that's crazy. Nice. You are very consistent with all of your practice. That's very good. I'm just looking at some of the things and getting rid of notifications. Section vanilla. That's fair. Oh well. Alright, let's go ahead. I'm still on Discord, I believe, sharing the screen. I literally just did this one. Oh my god. This man has contorted himself into a box. Mine right. Thickness? Spam. Always blows me away how much the arm actually deforms. So it's like, yes, I understand the contraptions, but I haven't done any like as many in-depth studies as I think I would like. I almost got all of it. I did this one a little bit earlier than the last one. Nice. Cool. Ooh. Oh, wow. Love the way that the back forms here. Ah, I didn't get around to it. Bye. I made him too large. Now he does not fit. Pirate man does whatever a pirate can. I also made Pirate Man too large. Oh, I did this one. I love this one, but I did this one. Oh my god. Hi. I'm focusing too much on that section. Need to focus on the rest of the body, which I have made far too large for. Nice. This is a very comic book heavy pose. You love the way that his body is positioned. Gives a lot of like forward leaning, right? Yo, it's Panda Captain. Hey, how's it going, Black Tea? Did you do the poses all stream? No, we actually when I finish with the poses, I'll go up and show you here. We did a whole bunch of like ears, noses, eyes, kind of like a breakdown on the face and everything. Starting with the paper faces and kind of just devolving into just whatever I got asked about. So I'm just now getting back after my halfway point break. If my mouse will work. Cool. Me too, guy in chair. Me too. Me too. Craving a sandwich. Ooh, sandwich would go real hard right now. I have some chicken lined up. So I've been dry brining a chicken overnight. I was supposed to do it in the morning, but I woke up late and depressed, so I didn't do it. And so now I'm going to get to do it for lunch. It's part of a chicken breast. I'm gonna make a pan sauce from some butter and some chicken stock that I also have prepared. And then I'm gonna have to run down to the store and grab some carrots and other stuff. I gotta make more stock, more soup. Oh shit, what the fuck? This is a double pose, but it's really weird because I gotta make sure it's clear what is and is not part of the first body. Feet are awful. Jesus Christ. New page. Almost done. Last 15. But I made it Sunday. It was so fucking good. I don't like have the words to describe how tender just like letting it sit in the buttermilk for a little bit made it. It was insane. Like I picked it up out of the marinade and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? It's like there's no meat here. It's just like I can just feel the bone directly through the meat. It's insane. I made the arms too small. Well, technically I made the legs too long. But whatever. I had no idea marinade, because every time I've had marinade stuff, it doesn't really taste good, I guess, is the best way to say it. I don't really like marinade steaks. But it didn't affect the flavor. Apparently the only flavor affecting brine when you're frying chicken is like pickle, and that did not come highly recommended from the guy. I don't know, maybe I'll try it, but he said if you like pickles, go for it, but the guy did not like it. You can get the same effect with a saltwater brine, so I probably won't do a buttermilk again, but still. It was so cool just to like, it was so tender and juicy. It's crazy. I did not take a picture of the buttermilk, but actually, wait, no, I did. I burned the shit out of it. That's why I didn't share it. It was still really good, but the outside was really burnt because I didn't do a deep fry, right? I didn't have enough oil left over in like the batch that I was gonna throw away to like deep fry it, right? So I just kind of like half deep fried it, right? It was sitting in oil, but it wasn't deep enough to like float. So those are the consequences, I guess. You live and you learn. Damn, that was shaping up to really cool too. When your food is good, but it looks like shit. Exactly. Like my chicken was black. Almost. Like the outside was really burnt because I wasn't hitting the internal temperature and I was scared, and so I put it in the toaster oven for a bit to like warm up. I probably didn't need it, but I don't want to get a disease. After this, I'm gonna work on my pencils so I can have something to submit to Dynamite Comics, I think is what Kit was recommending. Because I need a job, and if I don't get a job doing art, I'm going to go to McDonald's and ask for a job there. So that'll be fun, I guess. Because I can't find anything that would take me. Sucks living in a major city where everything is commercialized, so you either need a degree or you're working in fast food. Let's go in the garden. We'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down. When flap. When you finally find it, you see how it's faded. Underside is brighter when you turn it around. I'm trying to find out where I can like change octaves in that one. But it still changes ever so slightly. Yes, but is it a degree in business, or are you going to end up working in a call center like I might have to? Which I am refusing as much as possible. I'd rather work at McDonald's in the back in the kitchen at 2 a.m. than working on, what's it called? Working at a call center. Machete. And the other guy, like down here. Angel voice. Oh. You guys are so sweet. Too sweet. What do you want? God, she got the tank buster, dude. What the hell? Oops, that's where the knee is. Alright. It's a part-time job. Anything I can find in this godforsaken place, we can do it. You are in Germany. You should go work at a bakery. That's what I would do. There's no bakeries here in Texas, in Dallas. Well, there's no bakeries here in Dallas. Blah, 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 blah. Not that I can find, at least, but I don't really know how to look, so... I need someone who's better at looking for jobs to help me find a job. Means I should go to the library, because the library system here provides job searching things, but I just kind of have this pose memorized, which is kind of cheating, but whatever. Bless me. Bless me, O Lord, for I have sinned. Probably have to draw this one quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie, I was not even looking at the model for most of that. I should have been looking for the model. You should never rely on your own anatomy to do these figure drawings. But for like the last half, I was just like, I've done this pose so many times. Ugh. Bakeries vacancies then. I don't know. I would do a Rip bakery just because I love bread and baking bread. But I don't know. Maybe I'll ask my friend. I also don't want to go too far, right? Because it'll mess up my schedule. Which means like, because the problem is if I do any job that's going to mess up my morning schedule, it's going to like take away me streaming in the morning. And that means I don't get to see y'all as much because all of my viewers are from Europe or like equally time zoned individuals who are not degenerates and cannot just stay up at the crack of dawn at 4 a.m. to watch me draw pee-pee. I probably could. I'd have to move it to the weekends, probably. But once it becomes like, oh, I just do it on these days, or oh, I just do it on this day, or whatever, then it becomes, well, I have something else done that I have to miss out on because of so and so and so. And it just like excuses pile up, and eventually I stream like once a month or something, and then it's like, well, I'm sick or something, I can't stream, and eventually it just kind of breaks down, which I don't like, and I'm not looking forward to. Ooh, kitty girl. I know this because I'm watching it happen to Spooky, right? The artist I really like. They got a change in their job, so they have a job that pays more now, right? But now they're not streaming art as often. And they were supposed to stream last night, and I was gonna stream like at the same time, more or less, just to have something to do. And then they ended up like, no, I'm just too tired. I'm not gonna be able to stream today. And so it's like the last time they streamed was a week ago, and before that it was like a month. So when I'm like saying these things, people like, oh, you're exaggerating, and it's like, no, that shit actually happens, you know. All right, let me catch up on the chat. Bum bum bum. So shit, my job should have had a degree like 2 years ago. Oops. Part-time job. Anything I can find this and do it. Soul springy, all of this has been to marinate your soul for conception. It really is. It's breaking down my soul. Bakery vacancies. Wish someone would help me find a job. The whole searching and applying for it process stressing out, right? It's so hard on both ends. Because as hard as it is for you to find a job, it's probably really fucking hard for employers to find people who are willing to do the work, right? Like, where do you know you're going to advertise to people? 7th best artist of all time. Hey, I was 6th a while ago. Could stream every other day, unless that it's bakery time. No way, I'm about to smoke out the whole dorm just for an A in this class. What the hell just happened? Changing routine messes you up. Exactly, right? And it's hard to maintain. I'm gonna go ahead and grab my face like that down here because I really like it. Oops. Maybe I'll do something about that with like colors or something. For now, gotta take all these fellas and shrink them down. Ah, I can't believe you remembered. Wait, remembered what? This went over the syllabus. Guy wants us to cook a colonial recipe for Thanksgiving. I mean, that sounds cool. I don't know. Maybe that's just like a me personally thing. 6th. I remember everything except what I need to. I want you guys to remember that. Hope this guy likes eels and burnt at that. Well, you know. I would rather have food as an assignment than work as an assignment. I don't know. But I am also about to go make a chicken breast with a pan sauce, so who knows? 62. Well, not all of us are gifted with not setting off the smoke alarm. I can give you some tips if you want for cooking. Because really, all the cooking is a science, right? So if you tell me what necessarily you feel like you struggle with the most, I can kind of break that down into here, look out for this, do all this stuff, right? I constantly update my goals list. Let's just bring this to the very tippy top. Now, do I want to increase the size of this? It's a very good question. Do I want to just paint it small? No, it actually scales up really well. Holy shit. Alright, so let's do that then. On the second hand, this isn't so bad. I've settled on guinea pigs. Oh, nice. Are you gonna do kukui? I think. No idea what that is, but probably something like that. Cuicui is the Peruvian dish where you cook guinea pigs. I'm sure I'll love it. Traumatizes me as a kid. I've been a part of that list, but it's okay. I think served on a stick is how they are traditionally made, but I could be wrong about that. It's like, what's it called? What's the one where you have everything on a stick? What is that called? Not kolaches. What am I thinking of? Kebab, yeah, kebab stick. Absolutely. That's what Cragmore said. Wait, what? It tastes better on a stick. On the boards? Self-portrait. This is the one that I did after the figures. I'm probably gonna use this as my new profile picture on Blue Sky when the Clippy thing finishes. Hey, how's it going, Moob? What is what Cragmore said? Lep sprung? Oh, makes sense. Sea Lion is off the board because I want to end up in jail. Sea Lion on the board? Huh. How are you doing, Moob? Did you end up getting to draw for fun like you wanted to? No. Oh, it's a shame. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba-dum. Ba-dum. Bum bum. Has been replaced by Stingray. Okay, interesting. How much of that is an accurate representation of historical diets? Almost all of it is accurate, and I am just ignorant. Nah, just the one sat is good. Incans did, as a matter of fact, eat both. Oh, really? Interesting. I knew they ate the guinea pigs. I just didn't know about the stingray. Oopsies. tricky. I could, you know, be a normal and make cornbread or succotash. Well, does your professor have to eat it, or do you just have to make it? Because if you just have to make it, just make fucking succotash. I have a feeling the message I just got is Kit disappearing into the void. No, he's not Kit disappearing into the void. Hmm. Go for the beans? Everyone is eating it? Oh no. Why would the professor make such a miscalculation like that? Get my hands on guinea pig is complex. You can get food grade guinea pig? I don't know where you are, but you can get it delivered. No, I think I want this better. I gotta fix this. I think that's enough messing around with the hair. I could ink this. Ha! I'm gonna hit myself in the morning. You should sleep. It is literally the middle of the week. You have such a stuff. You have lots of things to do. I don't think I want to ink this. I think I want to just paint it. All you're gonna miss is me painting this and then what's it called? I'm gonna do the pencil stuff. You said a 5-page thing, right? Me when the baldy makes sense. No! No, bald me! Void Kit is refusing to go to sleep. Oh, how the turns have tables. Oh, I need to leave Discord. I've just been on there for the last forever. I just noticed because I was looking at my quick poses thing still. I'm like, that's not how that works. Wonderful. I can buy one dress guinea pig for 50 ballot. Wow, that's not bad actually. 50 bucks? Would it be easier to just fill this in? Sure. Am I going to? No. It's a small class too, so I reckon I need like 2 3. Not bad at all. Well, all right. I thought you were gonna just get one and then like put like little toothpicks in it after you roast it, and then just like everyone gets a toothpick or something. That's an expensive dinner for a class. The skin. Why are you focusing on the Incan though? Wouldn't it make more sense to do like the Hopi people or something? Or the mound builders? He's slurping away. Then colonial America loves Canada to Chile. Covers Canada to Chile. Right. So why not just do something that's quite literally local? Because you can still find what's the fruit? The pawpaw? The North American pawpaw fruit? That I think that grows in Tennessee. I'm not 100% sure. But that one's really easy to make like a smoothie or something out of. And no one ever brings beverages to these things. That's to get the professor to regret his actions. Do you get to charge him for the guinea pig? No, but I think I'll bring it in whole and just let it chill on his desk. I don't know. That's a fairly expensive spite, right? Spite's great and all, but money is more useful. That's just like a me personally, though. It has no values. Well, you know what does have value? Rent and eating at your favorite place, not being in college debt. Also, I think it's just a unique experience that realistically, I'm never going to cook a guinea pig outside of this ever. That's fair. That's also a really good point. I would, at that same point, highly recommend you look up some tutorials, if that's the case. And practice on chicken first. Like, get some chicken cuts that are about the same size. Oh my god, stinky doggy. What the hell? Why are you so stinky? Okay, I'm gonna wing it, and if everyone suffers, at least we suffer as a team. I mean, there's that. Also, I suppose. Yes. Right now, we can go ahead and switch over. This one. I'm using transparency still. Cool. I want you to know that ads just came in, and so I'm assuming that rightfully so you agreed full-heartedly with last statement. Oh, yes, I do. I agree full-heartedly with that statement. Everyone suffers together. Burn it. We all suffer the consequences. No, don't burn it. You should have more respect for the animal. My best not to burn it, but this will be my first time using not the microwave. It's okay, so it's fairly easy, right? If you want to make your first time a success, make sure 1, you are using a recipe. 2, all the ingredients that it has, they're all out, measured, and prepared. Right? Follow those 2 steps and you will do miles better than most people. Because most people are looking for like teaspoon of garlic, okay, and they go find that while something is on the stove. You will do miles better if you just have everything within arm's reach and you can just toss it in as you're going. Make sure you salt beforehand, right? So that's another big one. And whether you're doing it in the oven or if you're doing it on the pan, just make sure that you're paying attention to the sounds and the smells that are coming out of the oven. If it smells like something is slightly burning, you've got about like 5 seconds to fix it. Dorm Complex has so graciously given us a kitchen to rent out. We want to cook. That's nice. You should practice roasting chickens, right? Do chicken breasts. Find whatever recipe you're gonna use to make the kui, and then just use a chicken breast instead. I think it's about the same size, maybe a little bit smaller. And once you get that going well, you're good to go. I think cooking is a skill that most people try to avoid as much as possible, which is a little unfortunate because it is literally the control over what's going into your own body. Right? It gives you more options, it gives you more ability, it enriches your life in ways that most things don't. So I highly recommend people learn to cook or try to cook. Always go from a place excuse me, swallowed my saliva. You should always go from a place of interest. In your case, you have an assignment, so your interest, quote unquote, is getting a good grade on your assignment. But even if it's just like, man, I really like bread, right? Learn how to bake some bread. Start very simply, lower the floor, and then as you get better at it, make it a little bit harder for yourself. Much like art and history, I like cooking. Not that I'm good at it. Matter of fact, it's usually more of a forest fire. I still find it enjoyable. My recommendation to you then would be to find out why things start burning. Is it because you're not paying attention? Is it because the stove is too hot? What is it? Is it because you're trying to juggle too many things at the same time? Find out what it is, nip it in the bud, all that stuff. Last time I was making some curry and I gave my friends food poisoning. That's not good. Always make sure whatever you're cooking comes fully up to temperature. I'm assuming it might have been raw meat, but it could have also been maybe some of the food might have been expired. The important thing to know is that you should never count yourself out, right? Never say, I'm bad at cooking. You should always say, I need to get way better at cooking. One is a self-fulfilling prophecy that tells you that you are this level of skill at this thing, right? The other one is an admission that you still have a lot to learn. So I try not to say that I'm bad, right? Even though a lot of times I want to say it. I try to say, I need to work on this, or I don't like the way this turned out. I need to practice this more. I need to blah, blah, blah. Keeps me in the right headspace, even when I'm feeling down. And I feel down quite a bit sometimes. Like right now, this week hasn't been great, I'll be honest. But that's okay. I know it'll pass, and I know it has nothing to do with my art skill. Low-key deserve it though. Well, that's not nice either. What was it? There is a movie that I really like, right? And in the movie, it goes like this, right? The dad is a professional chef, right? And he's got to watch his son over the summer. And so basically they make a food truck. They get a food truck up and running, and the son's helping them make sandwiches for the workers that help them get the food truck running, right? And the son is like not very good, and he's also kind of just a little shit. And so the dad's like, what are you doing? This one's burned. You can't serve this. And he's like, what do they care? They're not paying for it. It's like, no, that's not how we work. That's not how things work. You should always be making food the best you can, because it reflects on you as a person, right? Those are the kind of stories that I really watch a lot. I like them. I like them. I'm okay, cool. Then is still like me for real. Man, I want to instill in people like this idea that you'd always be trying your best. Because that's what really inspires yourself, right? Not just that it'll inspire other people, but when you try your best, you inspire yourself. And I think that's really nice too. It's this kind of feeling that even in the worst of times, you'll always have yourself. Unless I do dumb shit like that. What the fuck was I thinking? That's a transparent one. Okay, pretty sure that gets me my hair and that gets me my skin all done. Cool, 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 cool. Let's do the eyes. Let's check my Discord. Yep, that's Kit telling me goodbye. Oh, what the hell? I got some stuff on Reddit. What the hell? Loki reminds me of this one guy on Instagram I see where it's like, when I compliment you, it's because they deserve it. And I really mean it. When you compliment me, what the hell are you doing? I'm highly incapable idiot. Don't do that. to a degree, right? Right? Listen, we're all of us pretty incompetent. I'm not gonna lie, right? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Human beings, not really the smartest apes. Right? So you gotta understand that most of the time, humans are kind of just winging it. And anytime people do something good, it's entirely up to the perspective of individuals, right? Because as the actual person behind the action, you're gonna be like, that's not true at all. You're like, fuck, y'all got it so wrong. Bested by pre-evolutionaries. It's true. It's true. A lot of it has to do with anxiety. What is it the someone has made a joke about how there was a AI chatbot, an LLM failed to like debug a code program, right? It said, I can't do this, I can't do this, I can't do this, I'm so sorry, and then deletes itself. And it's like, damn, you just ruined a perfectly good program. You gave it anxiety. We're gonna call this one eyes. I'm gonna call this one hair. I guess I should put this in the skin, right? I'm that LLM program for real. Oh, I didn't finish the hair. That's why it was weird. It's like, yeah, I feel really good. It's like, you didn't finish. That's why. I was being dumb. Ah, okay, cool. It's okay, buddy. There's nothing there. Maha sometimes will hear the toilet flush because I live in a shitty apartment complex. Don't get me wrong, I love living here. It's like the rent is cheap, the neighborhood is nice, but some of the things could improve. Anyway, whenever my upstairs neighbors flush the toilet, it pulls down some of the water. So sometimes it makes weird sounds that he doesn't like. I think that that's too dark. Let's just go slightly darker. Hey buddy, how's it going? Getting sent to a grand jury? What? My fantasy like what? What's going on? I don't have any context for what's happening. want to see how this goes. I'm not 100% certain on what it's going to do. Let's do this one again. Feels desaturated. Meh. I'm not a huge fan of it still. I think maybe the dark part needs to come a little bit lower. Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's good enough. Good enough for me, I guess. Good enough for government work. Let's do it a little bit darker. Mm. I'm not vibing with it as much. Wait. Poor Maha. Fortunate to see being fun on Friday. Why is my corner getting sent to grand jury? Vintage Fortune's getting sent to grand jury for firing shots at a car dealership? Wait, what? Wait, our people are getting Maha that stake. They're fairly committed. They're at like 12% now. It's pretty close, I guess. They haven't given up, and it's been like 3 months, so might be just like 2 people that get it there, but they want to get it there for sure. Does this have opacity to it? It shouldn't. It doesn't. Why was there a weird color? I don't think that's going to be the right color for that, but whatever. We'll wait until we get the right color. boy. Big eyelashes. Let me turn it into a multiply layer. Um, yep. Nice. I want to add another layer here. I'm going to cut down into it with a blending brush, and I want it to affect the other stuff beneath it. Oops, no, that's the right one. You can't even fathom the sheer commitment of this community? Oh, it's fine. Someone is responding to the commitment question. Oh, regular lasso. Going in on the nose. Okay, let's grab something that is similar in texture to this and try and get a good one for the tongue. Neat. Right, now we gotta do the hair. Right, I forgot that didn't work that easily. Cool. It's funny. Thank you. I am glad it is being enjoyed. Wondering if I should leave the eyelashes the same color as the hair. I think I will, actually. I think the orange is a bit much. I think the orange is just a bit much. The eyebrows is pretty good though. I like it for the eyebrows. Maybe it's like a wherever the like passes sort of a deal. Nah. Nah, it's nah. Okay, cool. Let's add one for the skin. By that I mean like slight changes in the like lip color and stuff. Now I want to move on to the hair. Let's see what this looks like. Ah, a little bit desaturated. Definitely looking for more orange. That's too orange. Okay. I think this is gonna be just fine. We're gonna do a very simple shadow pass first, and then we're gonna come back in and deal with all of the things that are highlighted. So this is just some shade carving we're gonna be doing. Anything that is obviously like curving away from the light is going to get it. And then we'll come back in and take away some of that to create a light, right? That makes sense. This is taking too long. The other way around. I did the exact same thing twice. This doesn't really make sense, does it? Because if the light is hitting it from this angle, so I'm trying to match the shadow of the hair with the shadow on the skin. So what that tends to mean is that I need to make sure, okay, come on, that I see this wobble here in the middle. That means that I need to have light on everything that is wobbling. You can't be any shortcuts, otherwise that shortcut has to be shown in the shadow. In this case, it sort of is, with this like trend kind of shortening the whole thing. This one is not. I'm glad I'm not the only one who blocks in a shadow and then realizes it makes no sense. It happens quite a bit. But, you know, it's a matter of whether or not you can fix it, not whether or not you get it right the first time. So you can make any light source work, you just have to make sure you're consistent about how the light source is implemented. Amber alert. I don't really know how hair shadows work. Like in a way that makes it easy to do them. I have a vague understanding of what I'm supposed to be doing, but besides that, I'm not really certain. That's the wrong direction. Right. That being said, all of these are form shadows. None of these are cast shadows. Don't have to worry too much. This one is a cast shadow, but go over it really lightly. Should be fine. Did it make a noticeable difference to add those stripey things? Yeah, sort of. Is it worth the time it took? Not really. In some places, I believe it's more valuable than others. But for the long run, probably not. Oopsies. I didn't blend this part up here. That's not good. I also didn't do it up in this section. Oopsies. All right, so that's that part done. Probably add. You know, now that I'm at this stage, I see this like left side of the hair and I'm like, I fucking dislike it. I don't like it as much. That's fine. I think that's just the way that I woke up that day, I guess. Oh, right. I was gonna do Country Club. That's not the right button for it. Of course. This is the weird part, right? It looks really bright on my screen, but I think on y'all's screen it doesn't look that bright. Maybe it's just blowing out the sensors. It might just be blowing out the sensors. It's probably just blowing out the screen. Mm-hmm. Cool. If that's the case, then. And then last but not least, I like to set this to a multiply layer. Oops, that's the wrong layer. I like to set this one to a multiply layer. It should be my lines, yeah. Why is that not any different from a normal layer? That's weird. Usually the dark multiply layer does something different. Whatever. All right. This being said, I think I'm just about done. Might go over with a dark line for the outside ones, just because they don't seem to be making too much use of the multiply layer. Yeah, I'll probably do that. Nice. All right. Cool, cool, cool. Shiba Inu eyebrows are my favorite. Thank you. I'm glad you like them. There's been much deliberation on my behalf, on my part, about whether or not I keep them. And the answer is probably will. Probably will. Alright, let's see if we can get this to fit in a perfect square. I don't think I can, but we'll see. Nope. Drats. Basically what that means is that if I were to make a profile picture with it, have to be like this. Which means I'm cutting something off. Probably cut off the neck. I'm okay with that. Ooh. Alright. Alright. I am officially 2 hours over time, basically. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here. We will pick up tomorrow doing the same thing, except not the same thing. We'll just be doing the pencil sketch thing. So, yep. Bye bye. Thanks everyone for coming. Thank you. How'd you like